Hello. Is this the funny Zelda guy? No, I think you got the wrong stream. Thanks for resub, Chewy. Oh, the offset. That's from doing some practice yesterday. Hello, everyone. Oh, wait. Messed up. Thanks for resub, Real M. It's very possible to sleep to the 8 times Master Sword humming. Nice. Good to know. Okay, this trick is getting easy now. Hey, Pancake, thanks. That glitch is auto build cancel. It makes a thing try to move away from Link, but then Link moves towards it because he's on it, which makes it speed up. And so it just progressively keeps going faster and faster until you reach a very high speed. And it is the primary method of long distance travel in this run. Horizontally and vertically. Thanks resub, username. Who's the best waifu, Riju or Patricia? Patricia? You have something to say? Thanks for the resub, 2110. Okay, one more time. Pretty confident at this trick now.
Don't give up.
Okay, easy trick. No, you don't fall off if you sprint.
Leave it to me.
Oh yeah, I found something weird yesterday while practicing. I was able to get the cutscene. I was able to like clip into the side of the cyclone from outside, and then I was able to get the cutscene to trigger from outside. But it was only with like half clipping through. Nice. Thanks, resub, Sam. Well, I just started. Unless you mean like how the run's going in general, like can't leave this area right now. Does this warp me back into the thing? I think it does. Nice. I mean, runs over the last week or so have been okay, I guess. I mean, kind of bad. I should PB by a lot next run. Okay, gonna do quick cog skip practice and then start runs. Thanks, Larissa, Battle Hamster. Am I bad? I am. Thanks, Idimon. Am I rad? No, I am not rad. I was getting tired of this game, and then I found new stuff, and then it was interesting again. First try. A bad sign, because first try in practice means fifth try in runs. Two in a row. Three in a row. Alright, that one's just bad. Thanks, Risa. Blargle. When's Dampé? There is no Dampé in this run, and there's not really a Dampé equivalent. The most RNG there is in this run is really just like enemy patterns. Come on. I hate not being able to turn around consistently. Please give me notches. No, I'd be perfectly fine to carve my own notches into a controller. The problem is the game isn't designed, like, realistically, notches wouldn't actually help because the game isn't designed with it in mind. Because, like, I mean, it would help for, like, running straight forward, but it wouldn't help for, like, turning like this. Because when you're doing stuff like that, you're not actually moving the control stick all the way to the gate. So it's kind of just me complaining, but still. Okay. My visual cue is I use one of the lines for the crosshair on one of the on a certain texture on the wall. Thanks, Katsai. Glad you enjoy them. Thanks, FMC. May GDQ 2020 Hundo NSR run. Yeah, that was honestly probably my the run I was happiest with at a GDQ. That NSR run. A lot of my GDQ runs I hate, but that one went fairly well. How do you do the keys there fast? I need to actually look up a strat on how to kill the keys fast. And I'm also mad that I have to do that. Spin attack might be good, but I feel like I've tried that before and it wasn't very good.
What is that?
Thanks for resub, Trashbird. What GDQ run did I do the glitch exhibition? I think I did a glitch exhibition at almost every GDQ run I've done. It was something that I pretty much always submitted just because I thought it was always a good addition. So you're gonna have to be more specific because I've done multiple. The 4.5 hour glitch exhibition, that wasn't at a GDQ. It was on the GDQ channel, but that wasn't at a GDQ. Oh yeah, the 4.5 hour one, that was just like a special thing I did for the GDQ channel. Until we said them though. Yeah, so the reason this run doesn't do intro skip is I need a manual save in the intro. So because I need to take 5 seconds to do a manual save, I can't skip the intro. Because of a 5-second difference, I have to watch a 7-minute cutscene. Well, I have to go through 7 minutes of cutscene plus interactive cutscene.
Carries that fragile sword. A link. Raru placed his faith in you. And that was all you could do.
How do you know our names?
Last GDQ I did a run for was GDQ 2021 online, which I did all dungeons SRM. Message not found happens about 25 minutes in. It's in the fuse shrine, so this between the splits enter fuse and finish fuse. Thanks, Hofer. No. Dude. Oh my god. This is not the hard part. Really? That might as well have been 4th try, considering how bad that first attempt was. I'll see what my time is looking like. Come on. Hate when I don't get the jump there. 8:45. I can keep going. Could have been worse. Nice dive. Every time I start a speedrun, I force Zelda back into a dragon. Yep. Just like every time I start an OOT speedrun, I force Navi to bunk into a wall. Speedruns are just torturing the NPCs. Okay, not with intro skip. Yeah, intro skip totally just saves Navi from hitting walls. You saw Water at Water Temple and then haven't played the game since. Water Temple is not that bad. Water Temple, some people dislike Water Temple in this game, but not in like a OOT way, just like a it's not that interesting way. But Water Temple is fine in this game. It unfortunately sucks in a speedrun because Sidon is annoying. Just like in a WoW, the single digit frame rate way. That is true. Water Temple is not nice on the frame rate. I actually want to mess with overclocking my Switch and see how frame rate stuff is. Oh god, that's not good. It doesn't need to be a black market. I mean, my Switch is already hacked. I just need to set up whatever I need for overclocking. Actually, is the overclocking settings built into Atmosphere? Or do I have to set something else specifically up for it? Because it might already be set up and I just don't know. No, it wouldn't be allowed for speedrunning. It would just be for testing purposes. I'm just curious. Although it might be fun to do like a test speedrun. Just to see what it would be like for a speedrun. But obviously it wouldn't be allowed for leaderboards. Sysclock, I mean, it added. Okay, yeah, I don't remember seeing anything called Sysclock, so probably don't have it added. Hey, Neil, thanks. Actually, yeah, you know what? The more I think about it, I'm actually really interested in how overclocking might work in like a speedrun context. Obviously not being allowed, but considering there's so much lag with stuff like ABCSing, where like the game is constantly stuttering because you're moving way too fast. I'd be really interested in seeing how much of that gets reduced with overclocking, if any. Running fast as 90% version requires homebrew. Might as well overclock it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it'd be much of a difference for any percent. I think any percent, even theoretical. Well, I mean, I guess depends on how it affects load times like these. I'm not sure, but in terms of like overworld load times, I don't think it would affect any percent. But yeah, I am curious. Do 100%. I would love to do 100% if it was not literally longer than a day. "100% looks like it has very cool strats, and I cannot do a 30-hour speedrun. Yeah, I have heard about the loading screens, like temporary overclocking, so I assume like those loading screens probably won't be too much different. Maximum I'd accept for a speed run. These days it's hard for me to want to do a run longer than like 4 hours. I mean, if I really, no, I can do longer. I can 6 hours. 6 hours if I really want to. I think 8 hours would be like the limit. I feel like I never want to do a speed run longer than 8 hours. I am getting old. I'm an old man. Longest run I've ever done. Probably some like old max percent child runs that were like 7+ hours or something. I know like my first hundo run ever was something like 7 hours. Any rain today? It has been very clear today. It was cloudy yesterday though. No, Old Maximum Child is in like 2015 or something. Last time I did it. I almost failed that somehow. My first OT run period was like 2007, 2008. My first hundo run was like 2010. Maybe like 2011. Dude. Come on. Jump in the water. Come on. Water's nice. Oh my god. Dude. I've never seen them like be in the shallow water and not die. I've always been worried about that happening, but it's never actually happened until now. Oh yeah, I'm cutting out one of my speed foods. I used to cook... It happened again. I used to cook 6 speed foods here. I'm doing 5 now because I'm fairly sure the Hyrule Castle one basically doesn't save time. So I'll be saving a bit of extra time here now too. Nice. Don't use durability. Why is the chew jelly blowing up? I need one more. Now it's gonna cause an updraft, so I can't even... I'm gonna have to dupe it later. Oh, got a crit. You know what? I'll take the crit. Oh wait, I still need one more. Wait, no I don't. Whatever, just do it. I was gonna use the crit for saying, okay, I don't need my last speed food, but oh well. Wait, huh? I lost that much time? How did I lose that much time? Oh, the chews, right. Okay, that explains everything. So this is how I get message not found. So I do a quick, what's normally called a save load dupe, where you try to drop something, pause and unpause, drop another thing, and then load a save, and the thing you just dropped should also be dropped in your save. And I do it at the same coordinates as this place in the prologue, and it drops the item in the prologue. That lets me open the item menu. Opening the item menu, I can select message not found, do the exact same thing in reverse. Drop message not found into Fuse Shrine. And now when I come around the corner here, I should see a random sword in the water. Right there. Come on, open the chest. Yeah, you won't hear the humming for a while. What? Couldn't press the right buttons. One point 1.0 and 1.1.1 are functionally identical. For reference, it's 0.1, but there's no reason to ask about it. Yeah, ABCS is the same on both. It's 1.0 that has the awkward ABCS. Nope. Saved. Yeah, this game has some pretty cool movement tech. I like it a lot. Kind of surprised that was the best. Zuggling message not found is done in the paraglider segment. Thanks for the sub, Steve. Yes, I will look like a hobo this whole run. We do get one piece of armor, which is the one I'm wearing right now, the archaic tunic. Because we need one piece of armor to get into Gerudo Town, or else I throw you in jail. But other than this, nope. This is all the armor I'll get. No, you can't get the Light Dragon before completing GSI. Pretty sure it's a bit outside of the boundaries. Nice jump. I usually look at my speed food timer to see how good I'm doing, and I saw 6 minutes and I'm like, what happened? And then I remembered I got a crit. No, you can actually not wear pants. It's wearing a shirt that gets you, not wearing a shirt that gets you thrown in jail. What? No. Dude, are you serious? I practiced this a bunch yesterday, and I decided it was very easy. And I somehow failed it like that, and I've never seen it fail like that. I practiced it for like an hour yesterday to make sure I was actually good at this. And it never once failed like that. Oh, so I've been seeing people skip the running out of the cave to warp thing recently. It was originally said to be faster because like warping in the cave ends up slowing down the load, but I've been seeing people not do that lately. Did that change? Does anyone know? Or is it like a situational thing? Oh god, that was bad. Oh god, that was bad. I was just about to let go. No, it was definitely timed. There was even a video timing comparison. But I'm wondering if it might be like a situational thing where sometimes it's worth it and sometimes it's not. I could see it being based on like speed food timing. Yeah, load times do seem inconsistent. Well, I think they're like consistent enough between like if you're using same console, same like whether it's on internal memory or SD card. I think like it should be relatively consistent over the same settings. But like different settings can throw off load times a lot. Okay, bad GSI, but it was only about as bad as my PB. I can get like a minute faster GSI. Don't fall, don't fall. Man, this run already sucks. I don't know if I want to keep this run going. Like the worst part of my run is my, not intro. The worst part of the run is my beginning, and this is already a terrible beginning. Man, I really should reset. Okay, I'll keep this going, but if this gets any worse, I'll reset. I just can't get a run with a beginning that isn't terrible. Yeah, digital has faster load times than physical, but nothing else different besides that. Whatever. I don't normally like this build with the thing in the middle, but I guess I'll experiment with it this run and see how much I actually hate it. If I even hate it at all, it might not be that bad. I already don't like this camera. What is this camera? This camera's all janky. Oh no. Nice.
What? Oh. What? What?
Yeah, if you factory reset your Switch, you can still re-download everything easily, and if you have your saves on cloud saves, then it's fine. But some games won't have a cloud save because Nintendo's dumb. And then you also have to pay for Nintendo Online for that anyway. That's why if you can, you should hack your Switch. Huh? Nice dupe. Where's the DLC for this game? Who knows? If they don't show DLC in like the next Nintendo Direct, I wouldn't be surprised if they just don't do DLC. Thanks, Beta. You're not curious, but you're worried that you'll do it wrong. It's fairly simple, and there are things you can do. Like, most guides will walk you through safety measures to, like, back up your stuff in case something goes wrong, and tell you to disconnect your Switch from the internet in case you're stupid and Nintendo bans you. So there are safety measures. Dude. What? Did that not work? This is bad. Why is it not working? Okay, this run is probably over. Why is it not working? Okay, at the very least, I need to do this a few times and figure out why this isn't working. Why is my setup not working? There we go. Don't know why that took so long. Let me do it again. Maybe my pause on the Master Sword was bad. Yeah, okay, that was better. Pick it up? Okay. Okay. Yeah, that run was bad. What I was doing there, the first thing was a Zuggle dupe where I was trying to dupe my Hylian shield. And then the second thing I do after that is I'm doing a glitch called weapon state transfer, which will get, it transfers the, oops, start a timer, wait. Weapon state transfer transfers like properties of one weapon to another. In that case, I was trying to transfer one durability of the tree branch to the Master Sword. And so message not found, the fake Master Sword there, never takes durability damage. And what that means is if I get it down to 1 durability, it'll do double damage from the critical hit that it normally does when you're at 1 damage and about to break, but it won't actually break. And so I was trying to transfer, so yeah, it was just trying to transfer that 1 durability onto message not found, but it requires a very specific setup so that you desync what item Link is holding in his hand versus what item is equipped in the menu. And I was just messing that up. Yeah, so it just permanently puts, it permanently gives message not found double damage. So it's a 60, it'll become a 60 base power weapon that never breaks. And then later I'm going to turn that 60 power into 480. By zuggling it 8 times. And then I can increase that even further by equipping any fuse material, because that 480 is with no fuse material. And then I think when I have a Lionel horn on all of them, it's up to like 1400 or something. If anyone wants to do the math, it's 30 plus 44 times 2 times 8. You want to figure out how much damage this does at max. $11.84, nice. 8 is the sweet spot because of Ganondorf. So for some reason in 1.1, if you try to do Zuggle damage on Ganondorf, it doesn't normally work. At least if you have 1 to 7 weapons Zuggled, it'll just do the regular damage of one weapon, which is different from 1.0, where 1.0 does regular Zuggle damage if you've seen 1.0 any percent runs. But for some reason at 8 Zuggled weapons, he takes double damage. He'll take 2 hits per weapon instead of 1. But it also conveniently works out that for C's Construct, so the C's Construct fight, C's Construct has 20,000 HP. So like normally your regular weapons are supposed to barely do anything, and then the electric fence is supposed to do most of the damage, but that's also really slow. So we want to do C's Construct without having to rely on the electric fence. So in order to do 20,000 damage relatively quickly, we also need to Zuggle a lot. And conveniently, 8 is right around the point where the Construct fight, C's Construct, gets very fast. Yeah, and it's less microwave noise, so you don't need to go higher than 8 for a louder microwave. All the Glitch Master Sword does is it's just a base 30 power weapon that doesn't break. But then we can use glitches to make it more powerful.
That seals the darkness. The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me.
It shatters so easily, but it can't even break.
You who carries that fragile sword, a link. Raru placed his faith in
I like how we're canonically using the sword in this cutscene against him.
How do you know our names?
Yeah, I have to manual save in the intro, so I can't do intro skip. My opinion on where this game takes place in the timeline is they clearly don't care about the timeline and stop worrying about it. I do think it's dumb that they at one point tried to make a real timeline. I still think that Hyrule Historia timeline. My bet is that there was no timeline to begin with, but people talked about the timeline all the time, and they were making the Zelda book, so they're just like, dude, what if we just come up with some stupid thing for a timeline, and then people will just take it. Oh my god, please. Oh my god. And that was the worst thing to happen to the Zelda series ever. And now people can't shut up about it. Oh, dude, what are you doing? Oh my god, stop climbing stuff I don't want you to climb. Yeah, I'm pretty sure before that Hyrule Historia timeline, they were always like, there's not really a timeline, but there kind of is. Like, there kind of is, but there kind of isn't. Like, obviously, a few specific games have timeline stuff, but outside of those specific games, obviously, it's not meant to be one continuous thing. People just have a thing for continuity. I get that, but at the same time, if you try to have continuity for 30 years of games, if you try to have legitimate continuity, then it'd be impossible for new people to get into it. And also, it would just be impossible to have any kind of genuine good continuity. And then also hard to do new stuff with it. Oh my god, please. Why is this so bad? Like, if you try to stick to one continuous timeline, then it kind of limits what they can do in terms of backstory for individual games. You can't have the backstory for this game if you tried to stick to older Zelda game backstories. Where does Max % Child fall into the larger Zelda canon? That's the 4th timeline. That's the hero does the job as Child Link timeline. Avoids the downfall timeline. Avoids the Majora's Mask timeline. Should be work. Should work. A bit sketchy, but I'll take it. Yeah, this is more than fine. Too low. What? Please. The reason I want to stay on the wing and not touch the ground is so that my respawn point stays back up here. Because if your respawn point changes, if you land down there, you can't get back up here until much later, and then I can't use this wing to go to ascend very easily and quickly. And instead I have to go the long way up ascend, which is boring and slow. I really hated the initial GSI route where you had to do the manual walk up to ascend. It was so bad. Okay, that works. Actually, wait, is that faster? That gets me up in only 2 jumps. That might actually be worth it. 2 jumps and saves a lot of stamina. Yeah, the fans early strat, that was amazing. If only that was actually good. That almost hit me. Would have been a 6 snipe. Sick for the construct, not for me. No, cutting the ropes faster wouldn't matter because you still have to wait on the platform cycle. So there's no use of actually trying to go fast there. If you have speed 3 and a sharp weapon that you can throw, you can get an early cycle. But unfortunately, getting speed 3 before ascend in basically any route is kind of unfeasible. No, don't run away. Whatever. Well, plenty of chew jelly. So it's not a way to duplicate food, but there is a glitch called food ability swap, where if you eat a food and then if you eat a food and then get food from an NPC, that NPC's food will have the same buff as the last food you ate if it was in the end of your food screen. It was patched though, so it only works in older versions. The dupe didn't work. And yeah, that also works with food stacks. So like you can do it with, say, seared meat. And then any seared meat you get afterwards will add to the stack. So not necessarily a duping glitch, but a way to stack very easy food bonuses. Probably explained that kind of badly in the middle of a run. No, don't want the horn. No. I only use 5 elixirs in the run now. I used to use 6, I just cut one. Yeah, that's all the cooking I do in the run right there. We used to use more, but in this run you spend, once you have like pocket rockets set up and ABCS, like past the hour and a half mark, you almost never walk on the ground. You spend very little time on the ground in the second half of the run. And so we end up not really needing much speed food. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here. Put it back up. This should work. Yes, I will return to OOT soon. But I also like this game. Sometimes this... Yeah, there it is. Sometimes this backup's a bit weird. That one was like barely out of bounds. I saw like 1 pixel sticking out. What? It's because I normally switch to tree branch earlier and I forgot. There's my sword. No. Oh yeah, lots of people have gotten bonked by chests in that run, in that room. A lot of people, there are a lot of clips of people dying to that chest. It's probably like it might be one of the #1 most clippable speedrun moments of this game is people dying to that chest. Duping during the free fall. I mess with it more. I feel like it should be faster, but it's more awkward than I thought. I kind of have a better method by doing it with, oh no. By doing it with paraglider, but I don't know if I should actually do it. I have to do this, I have to drop this wing later than usual. With the previous method I had to drop the wing super early, and this I have to do it a bit later, and the timing was still throwing me off. Bad. Could have been worse though. I hate that my GSIs are mostly bad, but could be worse. Just have a good one. Why can't I just be good? Something's always got to go wrong. What? No. Why did it not sort the way I want it? I don't get it. I had it sorted that way the last time I opened the item menu. Why did it change? Oh, I guess it changes when I do the dupe. You must use the same sorting as the last time I opened the pause menu. That's probably why. Thanks, Arisa Vitor. Yes, there are nachos in Zelda. Why do all Tears of the Kingdom runners have 3-letter, all lowercase names? It's just the strat. It's the secret to being a good Zelda speedrunner, is have a 3-letter name. Because I have 4 on Twitch, but that's not fair because Twitch only allows 4. It only gives you 3 if you're special. I'm not special enough for Twitch to give me a 3-letter name. Dude, twice in a row? Have I asked nicely? Yes, I have actually. So actually, apparently a long time ago, if you asked, you could get it if you were just partner. But then they changed it, and I asked slightly after they changed it. And now you can only get it if you're one of the really popular people who have special deals and stuff with Twitch because they get special treatment. Oh my god. Yeah, it's because I'm not on a multi-million-dollar contract. Come on, Twitch. Why do I not have a $50 million contract already? Okay, I'm gonna try early warping here since I think my speed timer is gonna benefit from this. I think this should make it last just long enough. CLG went broke trying to pay me. Yeah. Speaking of CLG, so apparently this weekend, the Energy League team, which is the formerly CLG League team, won. They won a big tournament. Should I be happy or mad about my former teammates who were bought out and switched and everyone else from CLG dropped? How am I supposed to feel about this? Neither, mad, indifferent. Indifferent is probably the answer. Yeah, they didn't switch. They were just caught up in the whole situation. So I guess that's good. Guess good for them. Okay, I should have just enough time to skip my next elixir until I land. Who bought me after CLG ended? No one. Energy bought the league team. Everyone not on the CLG league team was let go. And for some reason I wasn't on the league team. Who knows why. No, what was that? Okay. Nope, climb up, climb up. I did not mean to forward jump there. I just wanted to realign myself to start doing more jump slashes. Again, dude, that is not what I'm trying to do. This game is trying to sabotage me. Whatever, I'm just gonna land in the water. No. Look like Bell strats. I promise that was not just to be cool. Did that look cool? Did that save look cool? Did I look cool doing that? At least. Yes? Okay. A silver lining. How many of you guys thought I was 100% dead? And thought there was no way I was saving that? Yes, English is actually the fastest language. Thanks for the resub, one word all caps. Although it seems like I'm losing almost as much time I would have if I failed it. Well, not quite. It's still bad though. Yeah, there is a pretty noticeable difference between languages. So the way languages work in this is various cutscenes are... So if you measure individual cutscenes can vary a lot based on what language is faster or slower. And all of the cutscenes added up combined, English is the fastest, and the time between using only English and the fastest cutscene, the fastest language for every cutscene is only about 6 seconds. So even if you theoretically changed language for every cutscene, you'd only save 6 seconds compared to just all English. But all the other languages are around 40 seconds slower than using the fastest language for each cutscene. So English is actually kind of significantly ahead over everything else. But yeah, in theory, you would actually mix and match languages throughout the run, but because it's so little, seriously. Because it's so little, you're better off dude. You're better off just using English for the whole run. What is this run, dude? Rip fairies. Luckily I have plenty, but that is definitely more than what I want to use.
What?
Yeah, it does have to do with the voice. The voicing is specifically what's what changes speed. Text boxes are basically the same. Apparently there's one language that has like one less text box in the intro or something that I don't think anyone cares about. There's very little RNG in this run outside of like enemy patterns and stuff. Nothing that matters too much. No, blood moons aren't random. Blood moons are based on oh whoops. Blood moons are based on real time playing the game, except for the first one where you always get one the first time you enter one of the main towns. So we get in this run we get one mandatory blood moon first time we go to Goron City, and that's it. Yep, come on. Oh, I did that. Thanks, Caden. Thanks for the tier 3 resub. Glad you've enjoyed it for so long. Nope, don't do that. Okay. A little slow, but that works. Thanks for the resub, Orlux. Three more months until 5 years. Nice. Yeah, I have a lot of very old subs now. You guys are getting old, just like me.
Yeah. Check it. Woohoo!
Alright, turn the microwave on. Thanks for the resub, Wiener Snack.
Hey.
I'm playing on 1.1. That glitch I just did there is patched on 1.2. Thanks for resub, David Deadward. Yeah, I am gonna do Max Pin Child again at some point because the new item. It probably won't be anytime soon though. It'll probably be a while before I do that. But it's on the list. Yeah, Link's gonna be stabbing himself a lot this run now. He's gonna have the swords in his hand for the rest of the run. And so any cutscene where he's waving his hand around, he is probably going to be slicing himself around. It'll even show up in the end cutscene and be cutting through Zelda. Good thing I have so many fairies, yeah. That humming sound is 8 Master Swords. Each one has a little bit of a hum, and they add up to a lot of hum. It's not the limit, 8 is just what's necessary for the run.
Yes.
There's not like a hard limit, but there is a limit. Once you load too much, the game starts getting overloaded and things stop loading properly. It's not like a hard limit for that, but it's usually around like 14, 15-ish. So this is the mandatory blood moon I was talking about. You always get one first time you get to a town. No, I don't think we know a specific reason. I think right now it's just IDK lol. It'd make more sense if it was the first time you go to all 4 of the towns, but it's just the first one you go to any of them. Which is really strange. I don't know. Yes, the humming is going to be there for the rest of the run. Including after the run, including even in the credits. Well, ending cutscene, I guess, not necessarily credits. For most of the gameplay, it's not really too big of a deal. It usually won't be noticeable during main gameplay. It's mostly the cutscenes where it gets more noticeable. It's based on camera proximity, how loud it is. So in the cutscenes where the camera zooms in, it'll be a lot more noticeable. That was really good. How much chew jelly do I have? Was this the run where I needed to dupe extra? No, I think that was the previous run. I think I'll be fine. Yeah, 6. I have enough. Was that fast enough? Skip the fade out? No, doesn't matter.
Whoa. Yes.
Whoa! Ah! Oh?
Yeah. Whoa. Sure.
No, the humming doesn't annoy me. I've completely tuned it out.
Oh.
Is it just me or are those textures not loaded in fully? Something doesn't look normal about this area right now. Can't do ABCS. I swear the lag is throwing my timing off here. Don't the walls look more black than normal? Nice. The wing caught me. Yeah, it might just be time of day. Yeah, people have been running Hundo, just the runs aren't on the leaderboards yet. But Hundo record right now is like 31 hours. It's a bit of a long run. The glitch for the shield jump is fuse entanglement, which lets you fuse an item to 2 things at once. So I have a rocket fuse to both my shield and my sword. And so whenever I do a shield jump, the rocket on my sword activates, which activates faster than a typical shield jump with a rocket, which usually takes a lot longer for it to activate. And so because it activates instantly, I get that instant boost. What? Man, I'm really not even ahead here. No, I'm not gonna reset. I still have plenty of time save later, but a lot of my time save is in the early game, and I am kind of mad I didn't get much of it. Yeah, I at least have a lot of time save at castle. Actually, have more time save at castle than I thought because I was doing some practice there yesterday, and I can actually save like a minute and a half there, not just a minute. That is cool. I cannot see anything. Uh. Well, I can see now. Is there a way to reduce the noise of the sword? Dupe less of them. Oops. Please. There is a mod to turn off the sound, but obviously that is not currently allowed. I feel like people are probably going to try to bring up a vote on it, and people are probably going to vote yes because the votes so far have been terrible in the community. And they're going to say, yeah, we can totally allow a mod in a speedrun. Why not? No. That's not what I want. Well, it doesn't sound loud right now, but other categories might do this more than I do in this category. Angle's kind of off, whatever. Like, this is with only 8 Master Swords zuggled. Some categories might do more than that. No, most speedruns do not allow cosmetic mods. I mean, you might be thinking of like certain PC games. I think certain PC games might allow for like skin mods. Like I know Portal, people usually like have a modified portal gun, but that's kind of it. That's cool. That normally is supposed to hit much farther. But no, games typically don't allow cosmetic mods. Good. Come on. Mod for OBS to eliminate that specific frequency. That could work. Okay, yeah, the portal thing is just in the files. Okay, so I guess that's not really a mod. So probably a bad example. Imagine submitting speedruns of Mario 64 with a Luigi skin. There's a famous OOT run that used a mod with a Mario skin for Link and got accepted for some reason when it very much should not have.
I am the Sage of Spirit. I am happy you have arrived. At last we can speak with each other. Unfortunately, I no longer have a body. Without a physical form.
The Master Sword I have in my hand, it is actually 8 message not founds, which is the prologue Master Sword.
Do you see
And it's special because it takes no durability damage, which means it can't break. But I can do a glitch to get it to 1 durability, and 1 durability gives it double damage. So now I have 8 of them doing 60 damage in my hand at once. So I can do a lot of damage very quickly.
This is my request to you, Link. Loyal swordsman to Zelda.
Yes, I do use OBS for streaming and recording at the same time. I have my stream being recorded as we speak. I always have all my streams recorded and as I'm streaming. Although filter for audio, I'm pretty sure. I mean, it depends on how the audio is filtered. Like if it distorts the okay. I will say I've been looking up a lot of runs on the leaderboard for different categories and stuff, just because I just want to see what some other runs are like. Oh, I forgot to use speed food. There are some runs with terrible audio and visual quality that are getting accepted. So on one hand, I don't think you need to worry too much about your quality. On the other hand, some of the runs I've seen, I am not thrilled that they accept that kind of level of quality. Not 160p, but I've seen like runs with super choppy frame rates, audio that is really bad or choppy. I've seen runs with people having sub and donation notifications that cover literally the entire screen and blast insanely loud music to the point where the game screen might as well not be there for like 10 seconds. I'm like, dang, this is allowed. I don't know. Oh no. Got caught somewhere. Please. Okay. Please be high enough. I think this will work. That did not work. Okay, no, it's over there. Okay.
That's one. Bring the other 3 here as well, Link.
Could have saved more time, but whatever.
And that's another part. 2 left.
Oh. I intentionally burned my rocket, thinking that this was the place where I was gonna fuse my new rocket, and then I didn't fuse my new rocket. They updated the game to let you skip cutscenes when I update. It depends on if the speedrun was still interesting. If there was nothing interesting about it, but it skipped cutscenes, then no, I would just not do that. I mean, current patch runs are interesting somewhat, depending on the category. You know what's really sad about current patch / glitchless runs is that strats are fairly interesting. Like what you do in an area, what is fast for given sections is pretty interesting. There's more interesting like resource management and stuff, and that's all cool. But the actual movement and how you get through, how you move between large areas is so terrible. You just wing. Your only choice basically is wing from GSI to Rito, wing from GSI to Gerudo, and it sucks so much. Because otherwise, current patch runs or glitchless runs would be pretty interesting, but the general overworld movement is so bad. What CPU, GPU am I running? I have a 3070 Ti and Ryzen 5900X. Yep. Yeah, also I can play OOT in 4K, of course. Stuck. Come on. Get unstuck. Dude. You can get around it. Come on. I hate Construct Factory sometimes. It's like sometimes one of the most interesting parts of the run and sometimes one of the most frustrating. Please.
One more left, Link. The body for my spirit is nearly complete.
Yeah, Zess. There's no way to trigger the Seize Construct fight. I tested Seize Construct fight. Will only trigger if you actually use Minoru to go down the elevator. And then, I mean, if we can find some way to trigger Minoru going down the elevator early,
We must
then
recover
I'd
my
skip
secret
everything.
stone. It should be located here.
But given
Listen,
how strict
us
this
go
game's
there
flags are, I don't see that happening.
The path
Though
will be
selling
very
Tulin's the coolest
dangerous.
sage, yeah. I
Fortunately,
mean, Tulin,
this
does anyone
construct
disagree that
Bile
Tulin's the
built
coolest
me is
sage? I feel
hardly
like,
helpless.
I mean, you
There
could
is a
maybe
platform
argue
nearby where we
Richu.
can explore its potential.
I feel like if you want to say who's the coolest sage, it's kind of like you kind of just have to choose between Tulin and Richu, and then the others are not really in
Now
the discussion.
hurry, Link. We must recover my secret stone.
Where am I? Did I land on top? Where am I? Okay. Hello? Minoru? Oh, did the horn not dupe? Dupe failed, okay. Luckily I have an opportunity. Actually, ideally, duping in the fight is actually faster, so I guess I'll just do my idea for duping in the fight. Although if I fail duping in the fight, then I kind of screw myself over. So hopefully I don't fail duping in the fight.
Not be able to force our way past its defenses. We must think of something else. Be brave, but be fearless. Retreat and
Whatever consider running Wind Waker. Wind Waker's cool. I don't think I have any interest in running it at the moment. This fight alone is like 40 seconds faster.
brought out more arms. Be careful.
I should really be eating my speed food in this fight. I think I did an extra hit that I didn't need to. Oh, rocket. Nice. So it's random where that rocket lands. Typically that rocket lands on the other side of the room. But it landing close saves me pulling out another rocket.
Aha. Well then. Aha. Aha. Well then. Aha. Well then. Aha.
Yeah, it might have got launched across the room. Haven't quite got 100% casually, but I am close. But I haven't gone back to it in a while. Yeah, if it hits you, it's gonna do damage. Things flying at a high speed will always do pretty significant damage in this game. Imagine you die from that. I mean, at least I have fairies. Oh, I didn't dupe extra charges. I guess I can do it right here. Because I want these to be my last charges. There's a handful of people running this category. I want to say there's like 5 or 6 active runners. That didn't dupe my charges. Or did it? Wait. Did I have 7 initially? Did I have 12 initially? If I had 7 initially, I didn't even need to dupe. Or, what did I just say? If I had 12 initially, I didn't need to dupe. If I had 7 initially, I did. I had 7, okay. What am I saying? I don't even know what I'm saying. Here, I'll do it when I land, because I don't want to do it when I'm recharging. Or I'll do it after the cutscene.
Yes.
I do like this game more than Breath of the Wild, yeah. Yeah, I think it's hard to say that Breath of the Wild is better than this game. I think this game does mostly everything better. No, you can't go to the temple first. The game is very strict on how the triggers work for going to the dungeons. Although, speaking of the strict triggers, one of the things that theoretically you could get around the triggers is actually what I just did with shooting the king scale in the teardrop. So shooting that king scale could actually skip the beginning of the Zora section. You can skip everything up to shooting the king scale if you could somehow get a king scale early. Now, right now, the only way to do that is to get a king scale on a regular file, use the save load transfer to send it to an earlier file before the Zora section, and then you can skip that whole part, but that obviously defeats the purpose if you have to get it anyway. But theoretically, there is a potential for a skip there, and it'd save like 4 minutes. What? Yeah, if only we had a way to RBA King Scale. I mean, I wouldn't be too insanely surprised if there was a glitch to transform one item into another. I mean, we technically already have it, but it's using items you already have. But considering the glitches we have now, I don't think it's the farthest out idea for something that could potentially be possible, but I also wouldn't bet on it happening. I'm not like confident that would surely happen, but it wouldn't be the most shocking thing if it did. Yeah, or a way to get King's Roar to give you the scale early, but that would save less time. That would probably only save like 2 or 3 minutes as opposed to... I mean, that'd still be nice. But again, because of how strict the triggers are, I think it's much more likely that we'd find a way to get King's Scales a different way than find a way to trigger King's Aura to give it to you early. How do I fly like that? It's a glitch called Fuse Entanglement, where you have a rocket fuse to both your shield and sword at the same time. And then whenever you do a shield jump, you get that instant boost, and you can repeat it. Thanks, resub. Esme. Okay, there you go. Perfect. Literally broke on the last... Wait, no. Okay, it didn't actually... Oh no, this is actually not perfect. I was gonna say it broke on the last time I needed the rocket, but it actually broke one early. Whatever. Managed to save it, kind of. Although the current rocket that I have, my intended routing for it is very tight, so the fact that I used even 2 extras is not great. Thanks, resub, Genheg. Yeah, we skip with Zor armor in this run. That's why we get that shrine in the sky earlier, so that we can warp here for an easy Zor armor skip. I split at the panel here. My favorite dungeon in a speed run. My favorite dungeon is fire. Casually, Wind Temple is no, Lightning Temple is my favorite. Wind Temple is probably second. Yeah, this is no amiibo.
Cherished kin. This is the source of the pure waters of Zora's domain. Use your power to turn on the 4 faucets and you can collect water here. Heed my words.
No, I don't have any interest in running amiibo categories. Unless there's like something very cool that amiibo specifically can do. But I don't think there's anything like that. Amiibo for the most part just seems like you just warp in your good stuff. Where's Sidon? Come on. He's supposed to appear after 2 dupes. What is with this guy? Dude! Sidon! Where is he? This is the longest he's ever taken. What have you been doing? Yeah, amiibo can, you can just, warp in Fleet Lotus Seeds and bananas for attack up and speed up very early on. It means you don't have to go out of the way for frogs and shoe jelly, which saves a lot of time on GSI. You get attack food earlier than you can without amiibo, which is... You can basically do a lot of the time saves that this route does, without... that bubble's not even gonna last. Oh my god. I hate Sidon so much in this dungeon. This bubble blew up because Sidon was too late on the last one. Please, Sidon. Dude, what is with this guy? Why is he taking so long? Are you serious? He's still not here. Another bubble popped while he's waiting around. There he is. Oh my god. Are you serious? I'm furious right now. I'm gonna lose all my time because Sidon won't show up. No, whistling does not help. Whistling is the biggest myth in this game.
Well done.
all right.
Come on. Dude, do you know how to walk upstairs? Water Temple is so frustrating because it's not a hard dungeon. Like, what you need to do is not a hard dungeon, but Sidon just ruins everything about this dungeon in a speedrun. Yep, I'm gonna lose all my time. I'm not gonna be ahead. And I wasted way too much of my rocket there.
Take it from here.
So mad. I feel like losing time in this run is just always dumb. It feels like it's rare to lose time to something like, yeah, I messed up, bad on me. It's just dumb stuff feels like the much more common way to lose time.
Whoa! Sure.
If that silence bomb is the last thing you want to see after that. Yeah, after he just cost me a minute in my speedrun, he's like, yeah, man, I'm so good. You happy that I cost you a minute in your speedrun? Thanks, Reset, Yamandon. I do want to go back to OT soon, but I do also like playing this, so I don't know. I was thinking I was gonna go back to OT soon, and then I got more interested in this. We'll see. I mean, I like playing this game when things aren't going stupidly, but sometimes they are. Alright, this should be all my dupes. I accidentally duped one less Ancient Blade than I need, or one less Ancient Blade than I usually do, but I don't need the extra Ancient Blade anyway, so I'll just go with it. You know what I've realized is really annoying about the Goron section is I think this section has the least skippable cutscenes. I feel like basically nothing in this area is skippable. Well, I guess the Moragia fight coming up and that's basically it. feel like the other areas at least have a few that are skippable. No.
Hey!
Yeah, this game really needs cutscene skips. Yeah, when I go back to OOT, Rando, then speedruns is the plan.
It's real big! Vikings! They're coming! It's attacking! Be careful! Vikings!
Yeah, it's a pretty cool strat. Makes an otherwise very uninteresting boss pretty cool.
Yeah!
My original was 12 only because I thought I needed to do some Master Swords before getting 1 durability and then some after. And so because of that I had to dupe a few more to make up for it. Then later I realized I was being stupid and I actually could have all of them being 1 durability from the start. Oh, I need to do more wings soon. I should probably do it in Fire Temple since I use a lot of wings there. Yeah, and 8 is for Ganondorf. 8's the sweet spot for Ganondorf, so I managed to get it down to just the minimum.
Hey!
It's just for some reason 8 is the number where Ganon starts taking double hits from Zuggling. Because normally, if you have 1 through 7 weapons Zuggled, he'll just take single hits for some reason. Because for some reason Zuggling just doesn't work on Ganon normally. But at 8 he starts taking double hits, and double hits is enough to get 1 cycles. So it's good enough. What are you doing?
Goro! Hey!
Oh yeah, so I was messing with this dungeon a bit off stream, so we were talking about potential cutscene skips. So this is one dungeon where there's like a theoretical maybe cutscene skip where if we could hit all 5 of the gongs before we do this, then we could skip this whole cutscene. And I was messing around with it, and I was able to hit 2 gongs before starting the dungeon. And a third one I'm like 90% sure is possible, but I just couldn't get it. The last two seem unlikely. I don't really know how the last two are going to work, but if we can somehow get all 5 gongs before triggering the first Yunobo cutscene in the temple, then we can skip this whole part.
Young little rock. The gate you must pass through is firmly...
Now that you can hit the ground, there's like horizontal triggers where if you move past a certain position, it triggers a cutscene with Yunobo and puts it in NPC mode. And once he's in NPC mode, you can't use him to hit the gongs. Which ones have I gotten? I got the first one here. Or I guess the first 2 that you get with this route. And then the last one that I'm pretty sure is possible, but that I wasn't able to get, was the one we use for that really far distance shot. So this one, dude, this one I was able to get by clipping in from behind. The trigger is actually a little bit in front of the gong there, so by going in from behind, you can bypass the trigger and still hit it. I forgot to fuse a new rocket. Was that the wing? That was the wing. No, dude, stop using the rocket. Great. Now I'm gonna have to fuse another rocket.
I can do it! Sure! Goro! Let's go! 3 to go! Stay focused!
Are you serious?
Here I go!
Oh my god.
Goro! Let's go!
Why is this going so poorly?
I can do it!
Oh my god.
Here I go! Stay focused!
Hey Chrissy, thanks for the resub. Thanks for the good luck.
Just 2
I hope I run out of fairies and just die.
Only one? I can do it!
Because I know I duped less fairies than I usually do.
Goro! Let's go! push it open.
No.
I can do it.
Why does that happen? Why does he sometimes hit the rock and not blow it up? Seriously. Hit a corner on the ceiling? That's dumb.
And that's what you need.
I should continue it just to finish it. If this run finishes, I'll do another run. This is definitely a one more run after this kind of run. Unless something really bad happens. If one more like big mistake happens, I'll probably just reset. Well, I just used the slope that was closest, like when I had Unova ready. I just wanted to shoot him instantly. Get struck by lightning on the way to Rito. I don't think you pass through anywhere that can actually have lightning. Although the ABCS could break on the way to Rito. That definitely can happen. Certified head scratching moment. I did jinx it. Hold on. No, I was trying to make it go downwards. The amount of dumb stuff that can happen in this run. Tulin is not very useful. There's basically nothing useful in Wind Temple. All the useful stuff is all at Construct Factory, which is why we want to do that first. And then the other dungeons are mostly done by fastest order of overworld movement. Dude. Very cool. Contract Factory is useful first because there's a Lionel on the way, so you get Lionel Horn, Lionel Bow, and arrows. It has a dispenser inside, which is not far out of the way at all, and has rockets. Rockets are extremely useful this run. And it also gets Mineru early, and Mineru is really good for duping. And so we can do most of our duping with Mineru, which is much faster than the typical shield jump method. Well, not much faster, but faster. Oh yeah, I do need to check my fairies. If I actually do want to finish this run, I'll probably have to dupe an extra set of fairies.
Don't give up!
Come on.
Hey! Oi!
Yeah, this run's pretty terrible. I'm gonna try to finish it just for late game practice, but I'll do another run after this run, probably.
To me.
Yeah, I love when the game lags and it messes up my rockets. I'm good at knowing where the lag spots are now, so I can kind of anticipate them.
Oh!
But they definitely can be really bad and cost me a lot. Cost me a lot of important rocket fuse. Oh no. Turn? Okay, there we go. Looks good. Check fairies. I'll check fairies in Wind Temple. I think I know where I want to dupe them. If I need to dupe extras. I split for tool and fight on the fade out after I throw the ruby at the guys. Once they're all dead, the fade out.
Brave fledgling. There are still 5 locks securing the hatch on the deck. Use your power to release all 5 locks, and the hatch should open. Heed my words.
Leave it to me!
Thanks, every sub track. Oops. Thanks, Trek.
3 more to go!
Okay, I was probably fine on very... Well, I guess not fine. I guess that is a bit low, but it wasn't terrible. Dude. Please tell me this at least hits the cutscene trigger. Okay, good. Not a big deal then.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, the door stays open. Stays open unless you reload.
Lay down. We only have. That's it. You can.
Come on.
Stop. Nice one. You have to stay clear of those tornadoes. Be careful.
Seriously?
Great job.
What? What's left? Are you serious? It should have been a good fight. More dumb stuff. I mean, at least that was minor dumb stuff. Okay, I guess I can use this run to test / practice my rocket routing, because I have... So this rocket that I have right now, if I use it perfectly, it ideally lasts all the way until the end of Lightning Temple. But it is really tight. But it ends up being perfect because I need to switch my sword at Queen Gibdo anyway. So I guess I want to practice this part and try to get good at stretching my rocket here. Okay, good. I almost thought I failed it and almost accidentally canceled it. I hate when I can't move the ABCS down very much. I don't know what causes it. So I ideally want to move the ABCS down almost all the way so I'm nearly at the ground by the time I get here. But sometimes you just can't move it down much.
Oh. Okay.
Hey Joey, thanks. Okay, nice. I think my wing count is gonna end up perfect. I think I'm gonna end up with 0 wings. Or wait. Do I need one more wing, I think? Six wings, I have... Yeah, I need one more wing. Right, I'll have to dupe. I'll have to dupe wings for my next ABCS. Thanks, reset, Aiden. I actually think shooting the light thing there, I think it's actually going to be faster to do it later, but I need to find a good setup for that. That rocket breaks the floor that shines light on the first mirror, but I've been thinking it might be faster to do it later, because it makes the camera zoom way far out here. Wait, did I just miss? I just missed it. Okay, cool. I guess I'm going to have to do it later anyway.
Monsters have appeared outside town. Shore up the defenses at the gate. Enemies have emerged from the hive at the east gate. Stop them. Yes! That hive is out of action. Enemies are pouring out of the hive near the north.
Too early.
Take all right, another hive down.
Hopefully the guards get that one. Yeah, they should get him.
Enemies from the hive to the west gate. That's the last of the.
Okay. That was like half a second from perfect. So what? Well, I guess having to shoot the bomb was less than ideal, but it's not that big of a deal. That part's basically an auto scroller, so it's basically just trying to minimize time not passing. Yeah, actually useful NPCs. Imagine. Of all the details around, yeah, there's a lot of very interesting and cool routing in this run. Okay, I just heard the beeping sound. That's... I don't know if this is gonna make it through all of Lightning Temple. I might be able to make it. This is gonna be very close. can't see where I need to aim. The clouds. Perfect. So ideally that's how I do it every run, but because of the clouds making it hard to see, I'm not sure if that's actually a good idea, but I'm pretty sure that's faster. But I'm gonna need to figure out a setup or a visual cue or something. Wait, where am I? Where am I? Oh, there. Yes, I will go back to OOT. I've been playing OOT for 15 years and I've been playing this game for 3 months. Don't worry.
Oh? Oh.
Okay, all I need is this rocket to get me up to where I need to clip for Lightning Temple. If it does that, it's done its job, and I got the max use out of it that I needed. But I'm worried it's gonna run out in like 2 jumps.
Right. Does that mean it's like the other giftings? That's
No.
our attack should be
Are you serious? How did that not hit?
nothing but sand wherever we look. Where did it go?
Very cool. I love things just not working the way they should. It shouldn't have to be a direct hit. It doesn't have to be a direct hit for most other uses. Unless Queen Gibda is just a special case. Alright, literally 1 jump too short. Whatever, good enough. I mean, I could do the clip from lower, but I'm just used to this.
Here we go.
I'm not confident that hit, but I don't want to go back and try. Will you stop running? Thanks, Honky. Okay, they all hit. I think the reset red split's live.
Daughter of the Garuda. This platform connects to the very top of this temple. Use your power to charge the 4 batteries, and it will function once more. Heed my words.
So the reason that cutscene isn't skipped is the trigger. So the trigger for activating the boss, the Hive, only exists if you've hit all 4 switches and beat Queen Gibdo outside. But also once you hit all 4 switches, it turns Riju into NPC mode, not partner mode, which means she can't, you can't use her power until you activate the next cutscene. And that cutscene is the next cutscene. If we could somehow use Riju's power after hitting the 4 switches, but without watching that cutscene, then we'd be able to hit the Hive early. And then we could skip that cutscene.
We've got it cornered here.
No, dude. That's like as far as it can be.
On the ground. Let's do this, Link.
I thought that fight was pretty good casually. I mean, it's like one of the harder. I guess it's like annoying, like hard annoying, but it's one of the more dynamic fights. I think everyone sucked at that fight casually. Okay, hopefully I can at least have a good ending. I could theoretically PB. I kind of don't want to. But I at least want to try to have a good ending.
Yeah. Huh?
Link. Link. Come to me.
Yeah, I didn't know
I am
about
waiting.
the battery thing outside Lookout Landing until
Waiting for
I had
you.
already beaten the game. I don't think I ever used it in my casual. I think I filled out my battery before knowing about it. I always try to get the Riju cutscene before this cutscene because it messes up the camera here. We have to do this because it's considered a dungeon because of the Phantom Ganon's fight. That too. Enough. Why was the touring in there? I've noticed some weird oddities with where the tool appears sometimes. Something weird going on with it. Okay, good Hyrule Castle. I don't think that missing that last shot mattered because there's like lag.
I am waiting.
Well, I don't know how that lag
Waiting.
before this cutscene works
Waiting.
between killing the likes and how long it takes Zelda to say I'm waiting. Because I've been thinking time wasted on the likes probably saves time on the lag before the next cutscene, but I'm not 100% sure. That was pretty good though. I actually got it in 2 shots. Nice. Yeah, so now this run definitely has a chance of PBing. I still don't really want it to PB. Oh wait, 11 rubies. That is... I don't know. We'll see. Let's see if like barely enough or... Let me see, I have 9 left. No, I'll be fine. Yeah, this is fine. 8 left. I think I'll be left with 1 spare. Oh no. Okay, now I'm gonna have to kill the moblins with regular bow. Or I guess I can use bombs. Oh wait, I have 2. I thought I had 1 left. Who's left? Okay. No, there's no reason for a dupe there. That dupe would have been slower than just using bow. Yeah, the track's a banger there. It's very good. Wait, was that the perfect dodge tutorial? I don't even notice. Is that actually my first flurry rush of the run? I guess it is. Yeah, I guess we never flurry rush anywhere else. I didn't 100%, but I'm close in my casual file. I'm like 95%. Okay, it is realistic that my dragon fight is really good and I tie my PB. How do you keep Ganon from flurry rushing? You force him to flurry rush first. So if you let him attack first, then he attacks you, you attack him, and he flurry rushes, and then he attacks you again, and then you flurry rush him. But if you attack him first and force him to flurry rush early, then he won't dodge when you flurry rush that. So if you notice at the beginning of that last phase, I just poked him with the spear, and that caused him to flurry rush. Yeah, basically, a better way to explain it is he will always dodge one of your attacks, but if you just make that attack a non-flurry rush, then it saves time. So just make him try to dodge a non-flurry rush attack is all you need to do. Nope, that's kind of bad. That's really bad. Nope. Okay. It worked. The very last pixel of the sword hit. That was like max range. I think this is missing PB by like 1 second. No, that's not rip, that's good. I would have been very mad if this PB'd. I think being barely off PB is better. .4 seconds off PB, nice. Okay, so I am gonna do another run after this because this run makes me very mad. So I'm gonna take a break for a bit, watch the funny credits with the sword, cutting Zelda, and then I'll be back in a few minutes. Here, let me just do this. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Link, how are you? I was... We reached you, after all. He's gone. The Demon King. I'm not in a dream, right? You did it. Oh, Link, you really did it. But how am I... No, I understand. I had been sleeping all this time. When I felt something, like a warm, loving embrace, I woke up. Thank you. Link, I met such wonderful people. I saw Hyrule as it was. I have so much to tell you. So much happened. Oh, Link, I'm home.
Hello. Wait, do I cut it during the good part of the music? Or wait, is it over? Do I cut it here or not? Wait. I can't sit through this whole thing. Sorry. Who should be the villain in the Tears of the Kingdom Korok Moon DLC? Has to. Would I play a game called Oops All Koroks where it's just 9,000 Koroks? Yes. Well, actually, 9,000 Koroks probably wouldn't be fun. And there needs to be... 9,000 probably be too much. Maybe like 3,000. I think 3,000 would be good. Hot take for today's intro. I don't know. Guys, what's something to have a hot take about? Are birds real? Debatable. Papa John's or Domino's? I think Domino's? I don't have a strong opinion. Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? Tears of the Kingdom, but I feel like that's not a very hot take. Best Mario game? Something between 64, Galaxy, Galaxy 2, Odyssey. I don't know, one of those. Flat Earth or egg-shaped Earth? Earth is clearly a cube. Which I guess is flat. Minecraft or Roblox? I have never played either of them.
What is that?
Favorite shrine? The one that really stuck out to me is the low gravity truck driving shrine. Forgot what it was called, but that one was great. That's the top tier shrine. Worst shrine? I don't think there was any one that I particularly disliked. I don't know, I can't think of a bad shrine off the top of my head. The fake out blessing shrine was great. Yeah. The laser floor drop shrine. I thought that one was cool. The darkness one. Darkness one maybe. I can see an argument for that, yeah.
Darkness. The blade that shatters
Ages versus Seasons. Ages, but I haven't played either in a long time, in my opinion. Could change if I played them again. Oh, the Sneak Strike one. That one sucked, yeah.
sword. A link. Raru placed his faith in you. And that was all you could do.
How do you know our names?
GSI or MM for a cycle. GSI has more interesting gameplay, but it's longer. I think I'd take GSI. But they both kind of suck. GSI would be great if it didn't have so many cutscenes. Great Sky Island tutorial. More chat available on stream than usual. Yeah, I had to put a new chat thing up because Drive finally fixed the problem with the emotes. The 70 emotes not showing up. And while fixing it, I just made the chat a bit bigger. Does this mean Dry gets paid? No, he did it for free. It's not necessarily about hurrying up and going back to OOT. I just wanted to do another run because my last run was so bad. I mean, getting a good run of this doesn't necessarily mean I'll go back to OOT immediately. I might want to run other stuff. Why does this look different? Whatever. Made it work. Top left guy will make a comeback when I am comparing against a relatively good run. So when I go back to OOT, it won't happen immediately, but when I begin to compare against an actually good run, then yes, I will do that. Yeah, you can fall on the ground and kill yourself on that fall. It's funny. Yes, in-game. I was literally talking about in-game. I didn't think that I needed to specify in-game, as that was clearly the context. Hit that. I'm trying to hit the stairs there, so that the wing lands just on the top of the stairs. But it's hard to... It's easy to miss and either go to the top of the stairs or the bottom of the stairs. Okay. The other wing giving me a lift. Is this? Okay, you know what? I've had an idea for a strat that I've wanted to try that I'm not confident is any good, but because this run gives me a perfect opportunity to try it, I'm gonna try long stick this run. Oh no, I took damage. That's not good. I've been theorizing long stick might be better than wooden stick for this run, but it wouldn't make that much of a difference. But I guess this is now my test run. Although I have to eat some. I guess I need to grab a sky shroom up here. That's dumb. Yeah, I do think there could have been at least a bit more islands, especially like larger islands in the sky. I mean, I don't think there should be that much more, because I do think it'd be bad to have too much, because the distances between the islands is kind of important, so that it actually feels difficult to get to them. But yeah, I think there could have been at least a few more large islands. What? Thanks to Mosley. Uh-oh. Okay. Can't grab that frog. Come on. Attack. Hi, Amazing Bob. No. When I do that, whatever, it works. You think that dupe failed? Yeah. Crit first try. You know what? I'm just gonna cook for. Double crit. But the second one was just a health crit. It makes me where a dupe failed. When I go for the dupe, I want to see very quickly before the pause screen goes away. I want to see that the items change position, and I want to see that it was very brief. When I failed that one dupe, I noticed that after the items changed position, that it was up longer than it normally is, and so I knew that I must have sorted early. There's another update? Is that true? Or is this one guy? Can anyone else confirm? I'm worried that wasn't fast enough. Honestly, I wouldn't mind another update. I think, well, actually no, because 1.2 actually has some interesting, unique stuff. It'd be kind of sad if its unique stuff went away. Here's my sword. No. It was a system update. See, I thought something was odd that only one person was saying anything. Gotta watch out for system update versus game update. And that's why I was asking for corroboration from anyone else. I have learned to not trust one guy. Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't intentional. Just speaking from experience, that I know that Things like that can get misinterpreted. Okay. Uh-oh. A little too far back. Should still be fine. Yeah, just a little low. Worst tutorial? This game's tutorial is absolutely not the worst. I think this game's tutorial is very good. Sucks in a speedrun sense, but as a typical tutorial, I think it's very good. Come on. You get very good guidance on what to do, but a lot of freedom on how you do it, with a lot of tools to play with. I think it's very well done. I mean, it was long. I get that. But I also think the game has a lot to teach you with the tools you get in this. And so I can see thinking the tutorial is a bit long, but yeah, I do think it kind of needs a lot of that time to make sure that the player really understands the possibilities. Why do I keep getting that side off? It's because I'm targeting too early. I need to jump before targeting. Yeah, Skyward Sword's intro was bad. Skyward Sword, all it really had to teach you was the sword swinging part, which I think its tutorial for that was fine. Although I know some people didn't like it. But other than that, it did not have any reason to make its tutorial as long as it was. Yeah, Skyward Sword, I think, of the 3D Zeldas, Skyward Sword easily has the worst intro. Thanks, the resub, Tomato. Yeah, Lilo, that's true. That time period sucked for a lot of Nintendo games. The Wii Sports grannies. Okay, but City Folk? City Folk was literally just Wild World on Wii. I don't think City Folk pretty much agrees with that. City Folk was not that good. Well, I mean, I guess Wild World was good, and I mean, theoretically, I guess if you didn't play Wild World, City Folk was good. But for me, I remember getting bored of City Folk kind of quickly. Dude, why is this happening? Why has this been happening? This didn't start happening until today. And there goes all my time. No longer ahead. I don't know, I need to figure out this jump more. At least that one will. No, I'm not gonna reset again. If I quit another run, I'm just gonna stop for today. There's not gonna be another run. Can't dupe? Oh my god. Well, actually, just for the sake of testing long stick, I probably should just try to keep this run going. Purely for testing purposes, even if it goes bad. Yeah, long stick. I usually use a wooden stick for this run, but I've been thinking of a route that used long stick instead, because there's a long stick not too far outside bottomless pit. Normally you fly past it, but in this run my wing fell right onto it, and so I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna use this run to test, see if my long stick idea is any good. I mean, if this works, it's not going to be that much faster. It's only going to save a tiny bit of time. Every time, I always do this. Hey, gotta check the photo album. Come on.
What? Oh. What? What? Hmm. Hmm. Ah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Come on, please. Oh, is my shield broken yet or not? No, it's not.
Oh. Oh.
Message not found is the master sword you get in the prologue. We use a glitch to send it to a main file post prologue, and it's a sword that never breaks. It never takes durability damage specifically. And it ends up being a very good sword for this run. Don't press target. Don't press target. My finger really wants to press target. I always target when I'm on a wing, but I cannot press target because then I will rocket off the wing. I'm supposed to break my shield before this, so I don't have to worry about it. Alright there, perfect. Yeah, I hate not being able to target without shielding. My OOT brain can't handle that. Okay, that was good. And then that right there was, so I mentioned it can't take durability damage. But I did a glitch to get it down to 1 durability anyway, and this gives it double damage, because it has the almost breaking critical damage now. And so now it's a 60 damage weapon that can't break. And then coming up here, I'm going to zuggle it 8 times. So I'm going to have 8 of them in my hand at once for 480 damage. And then that's without any fuse material. Nice lag.
Huh? Ah.
Yeah, it's cool to just dive bomb straight into the ground. I mean, there is a fall damage cancel we could use if we had to. But we get fairies before this anyway, so might as well just use them. Don't have to worry trying fall damage cancel.
Ah. Yeah. Check it. Woohoo!
Yeah, the rocket not being used right away when targeting does change with fuse entanglement. It does use it immediately if you have it fuse entangled. Alright, and the microwave is turned on.
Hey! Hey!
Testing long stick for this run because it's an idea I've had in the back of my head, and I accidentally landed right near where you would pick up the long stick in this run, so I just thought I'm gonna need to use this run for testing.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a huge difference, it'd only be a handful of seconds difference. It's just gonna, it'd make fights very slightly faster just because stabbing is a bit faster than slashing with a sword. And also, it has a little bit more durability, which means I could probably use it for Hyrule Castle. For more enemies in Hyrule Castle.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you haven't seen a Tears of the Kingdom speedrun yet, the glitches in this can get pretty weird.
Yeah.
And cool. Every time. I forgot. I need to not try a dupe there. It never works because of Joshua. Okay. The wing... Cool. The wing was in my way. Oh well, wasn't that big of a deal. Wings despawning, as far as I'm aware, it's specifically like how long they've been in the air, like doing normal wing flying stuff. The wings when doing auto build cancel, one, they are not in their like typical state, so I'm pretty sure it just never activates the timer because they're not doing a normal flying thing. They're just an object that is moving fast and not doing typical wing flying. But other than that, wings, they do have a timer, but their timer is pretty long. And a lot of the auto build cancel slides are fairly quick, so even if hypothetically the timer did come up, I don't know if if any ABC slides would actually be long enough for the timer to expire. Even the longest one in the run is under a minute and a half. Nice. Yeah, that freezing is just because you're going too fast for the game to keep up. There's not really much you can do about it, aside from like, if you fly all the way to the sky, then you can like avoid ground stuff loading. But if you need to be closer to the ground, then you're not gonna avoid too much stuff loading. But yeah, it doesn't affect the speed of the actual ABC slide. Come on, dude. I hate how laggy it is here. Why do I knew I was gonna crash. Come on. Okay. Very cool. Could have been worse, I guess. Yeah, it's still a legitimate run. I'm just doing some testing in the middle of it. Like the big stick thing, it shouldn't affect the run that much. I'm just testing to see how like it'll only affect a few small parts. I'm just seeing if it's as good of an idea as I think it might be. But even if it's good, it'll save minor time. Like I don't think this will save more than 5 seconds maybe. Over the whole run, 10 at most optimistic. I think this will be very minor. What am I doing? Come on. It's so hard. I need 3 hands to move that and rotate it while moving towards this guy. The rocket jumping thing is fuse entanglement, which is a glitch to fuse the same item to multiple things. I have a rocket fuse to my shield and sword at the same time. And that makes it so anytime I do a shield jump, the rocket activates on my sword, which causes you to get an instant boost instead of the very slow boost you get from a normal rocket shield. Dang, I lost this much time. Oh god, that was a little bit too low. I think this will still work. Okay, it will work, but I just have to be careful. You know what? Can't see. Where am I? Please don't. Please allow me to see. Dude. Yeah, this run's over. What direction am I even going? Not the way I wanted. Okay, whatever. Well, the run's over. Am I near the Lionel? I think the Lionel's up there. Wait. I'm gonna try something. Come on. Did I miss it? I must have missed it. I assume recall launch should work with this thing. It might have been late. There we go. Here, this is my backup. There we go. No, that works on every version, I'm pretty sure, even current patch. I lost my stick though, yeah. Actually, wait, I need to check how many autosaves have been made. Because I at least want to use the last decent autosave for testing later. Okay. Still second last one. Okay, I'm just gonna go kill the Lionel. And then end. Oh. Better if I actually take out my sword. Or just do this. Here, wait, let me... I'm gonna overload. Make funny things happen. Make the hum even louder. Okay, yeah, here. Or I think I can do one more. Okay, so this is as loud as the hum is gonna get. Here, I'll kill one more Lionel, but now with my extra overpowered sword. I think I should be doing close to like 2,000 damage per hit now. No, that hum is from the Master Sword. It's a different hum. Also nice flashing sword sheath. Okay, place your bets on how many hits this Lionel takes to die. Four, 7.5, 3, 2, 5. Okay, 5 hits. Oh wait, hold on. I should actually redo that because oh wait. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Hold on. That wasn't at max power. Because I need to... So it takes the fuse item of whatever your current equipped sword has. And so Link is T-posing. So I need to do this. Will this even parry? Hold on, that was just me being bad. Okay, that seemed like I should have gotten the parry. But I could just be bad. Okay, yeah, no. There's no parrying going on. I don't even have a shield. I can't use a bow either. Okay, that was still 5 hits, but I guess that's because I was using a weaker sword also. There we go. Good as new. Okay, anyway. I'm gonna stop for today. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you later. Let me see if there's anyone to raid. It doesn't look like anyone's speedrunning this. Okay, I'm just gonna go. Okay, thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you later. Bye bye.